Hello. I'm back. Just gotta get myself set up. I don't want to start with the intro, I guess. So I gotta set up without the intro. Which I didn't even check. I did not even check if this is just quiet, isn't it? Test, test. Okay. I came back and I felt like it was really loud. Like I might have hit the dial on it, but I guess I did not. All right. I just ate. So, yep. Well, I didn't just eat. That was like kind of a half hour ago. But I do feel good. So, I'm ready to go. What was I on? I just plugged in the new idea for the torque amount. Double velocity minus 1 absolute value to the power of 10 to the power of this. Yeah, so I just made these up and then I need to actually put them in. And I guess this is actually more like torque high and torque low. So I started with, I multiply it by high. This should be a range of 0 to 1. And then, well, this will be any negative value up to 1. The maximum is 1 of this function. So for this, I do a max between that value and torque low if we are at or below. And then if we're above, we max with friction. So essentially like a much lower value, which should be a much lower value. So I gotta change these. On the resource here. Torque change rate, this is the torque high. I'm not gonna make it max. I'm just gonna let it be a really high value. So torque high. I'll say 50. This isn't actually true now. Torque low. 20. And then torque friction. Maybe I'll just actually leave this be like... Maybe I say this. Maybe I say we keep it... I keep it like so. I'm gonna reorder this. And then if we're less than that, then I can max it with torque low. And then I need torque curve as well. I could actually put this over 1 instead of doing that. Like 1 is infinity. Maybe I should do this. I think it would be like to the power of 1 over S0 minus 1. No. 1 over 1 minus S0. Right. Yeah, it shoots off to infinity. Right. At 0, it's linear. And then... yeah. Should probably be this, shouldn't it? Yeah, that's way better. Though... I feel like I'd like it to be... There's kind of like too much control here. Below 0.5. Like, I feel like I just want a square root here. Yeah, that definitely helps to like smooth that out quite a bit. Yep. What is... I could also just do 1 over the cosine. That's probably better, right? That's actually probably better. I'm gonna do pi. Maybe not. Yeah, it is going to be 1 over the square root, isn't it? Because the cosine's actually worse than that. Though, how can I get this shape? I guess I can do tan. Not really. Yeah, how can I get this curve, but here? Because this feels like it's too sharp. I guess that gets the shape. I don't know. I don't know about that. Well, I suppose I'll have to calculate it the one time, right? What? It's 1 What? What? That. Okay. I over. Yeah, I like this last one. It still feels a little bit like not enough. Yeah. That's just too complicated, isn't it? Okay, 1 over 1 minus s. And then I can actually... There's a preview which shows out of date. What do you mean out of date? I'm literally looking at the latest release. Class reference. Property hint. Easing. Attenuation to flip the curve horizontally. Positive only to exclude. In, out, easing, and limit. Greater than or equal to 0. This displays differently to a property that uses range with the exponential keyword. As it's edited with a slider instead of a curve editor. I want the slider. Exponential range editing. I think I probably still want hint range because I think exponential just means that the slider is like 0 and then halfway is like 0.9. And then the halfway is like 0.99. I think that's what this means. I think it changes how the slider works. But you can still type in with that. I think it's... Nope. Oh, yep, there it is. Property export exponential easing. Hints. It may also display backwards than what I want it to be. It's possible. might display 0 as being flat and then 1 as being linear, when I want the other way around. There's a baby bird out there. It is so small. I know exactly what kind of bird it is because I've seen the larger ones, and that one's just tiny. That's cool. Actually, shouldn't I adjust this so that this hits there? Follows this curve. And this one would hit here, because otherwise... Because otherwise it hits it early. That's not really what I want. Because I actually want this to slide over. And that to slide over. Well, not really slide, but grow. Let me do it. Weird, but okay. So it's going to be 0. Um, so it just becomes this. Hit it on. It's perfect. Alright, glad to hear your project is going well. How did I whip this around? I take it to the root. So it means -1 is going to be... I don't really know what I'm trying to solve for here. Wait, what am I trying to solve for? I think I'm trying to solve for what S1 is. Am I? Yeah, I'm trying to solve for what S1 is. So I need to get S1 by itself. Which means I have to take a log to do that. Okay, how does the log work? I don't know. Can you just make it simple? What is all this? B to the y equals x is equivalent to but I want well, yeah, this is right, but this is really weird. I know the log can just be the log of this over the log of b, so log of x over log of b equals y. This actually just simplifies to that. This simplifies to that. So this is x, this is b. So log -1 is not. So I'm trying to find out pull target and 2 bone IK is not optional. Will not work if you don't set it. Interesting. Really? I mean, I guess. Wait, what am I trying to solve for? I might have it the wrong way around. I think I'm solving for this multiplier and this ax minus b kind of thing. I think is what I'm actually trying to do. Well, I think it actually is just still 2. No, it is this. And I actually know that whatever that is, it should be half of that. So it should be a over 2. So I know that's what this should be. I still have that issue though. Oh no, I don't. Because I'm solving for A now. I'm actually solving for A. So okay. And I'll just duplicate this. And I actually know this is 0. So wait, is that really it? Really? Undefined. What is undefined about you? Is that tm minus 1? Did I do that wrong? I think I did it wrong. Write that again. The very first thing I messed up was that, and then I want to multiply both sides to -1. So it'll be minus tm, and then take this, that, with the bars, duplicate the negative. This is apparently a graph. I don't know how it's a graph. Oh, it's probably because that term is there. So know that this actually goes away, because that means I want to solve it for x being 0. So I take 2. And now I see this. So I have a negative. And then I want a. Awesome. That's what I wanted. Great. So that's A. Can this be simplified at all? It's kind of an extreme term. Especially due to this, like, thing that's going on here. So let me say also, isn't that supposed to be the entire term? I mean, it's definitely correct. And then there's that bit. Where if I'm raising these to the power, then these should just go away. Which is weird, because I don't know how they go away. Because they definitely do something. It's like 2 to the power of 2 plus 3 to the power of 2, the same as doing 2 plus 3. No, but it is the same as adding them together. I think it's like because this specifically acts on this section here. So it's this. So I think I can pull this out, and this can be like times 1 minus x. Yep. So this term can come out the front. Am I doing this right? No, I've got like what have I done wrong here? Oh, yeah. One half minus x. I mean, I guess I can leave it in there. 2 minus 1 minus 2x. It's just that these are like really tempting to combine, but I guess they can't really be combined. I guess I could try to write it like saying I'll do this. It would be the same as doing this. Guess I just can't move it in there due to the absolute value bars. It is stuck out here. But this form is a little bit better. And then I can just duplicate this on the other side. And this would be TF. So I set that to whatever I want. Set this to whatever I want. Okay, cool. That's way better. All right. So x in this case is the velocity ratio. So 1 minus that times this power. And then I don't need the limits anymore there. Well, I kind of do. But... Right. This term. Well, I guess it's specifically this term, isn't it? This minimum. When x, which is the velocity ratio, has a certain value. Which, yeah, I actually did it the wrong way around. Should be velocity ratio. Otherwise, it's towards torque friction and then torque rate. Uh, hmm. Have I overcomplicated it? Because really, it's more like mapping 0 to that value and then 1 to that value. So it actually could have been a lot simpler, I think. It probably could have been simpler. Because I don't know if this really... I don't know. Let me try this. I am remapping it, so the range of this function is 1. So I need to divide it by the new range. And then I add that. So it'd be like 1 minus Tm. And then... No, this already seems wrong. What? Yeah, it's like shooting off to infinity. Wait, what? multiplying the whole thing by... Yeah, I think I'm multiplying it and then I'm adding TM. Yeah. It's the same function. Dang. Okay, that's way different. Way simpler, I should say. I take a power out. I think I can also split this. This step function. Now I could say t of x. That. And I can just do that with max there. And then that. And then I say tr of x, and now I can set these to whatever I want. So this could be like 50, and this could be like 30. Lock the viewport. Jeez. Right. Yeah, I think I'm actually just doing this then, aren't I? No, not really. Oh, I guess I'm missing something. Okay. So this is the range, and then I need to remap it. So from 0 to 1. So it's supposed to be 0 to 1 times the range, which is going to be that, right? Well, I think it's actually this. No. Again, I'm just multiplying it. Times th. Oh, what am I doing? So if I want to remap x to be in the range of from 0 to 1 to be in the range of 2 to 5, I'd multiply it by 3, and then I add 2. So what did I find out? I multiplied it by the range. And then I added that. Okay. Jeez. Say 50, say 30, and let's say 10. Okay. There. So there's the function. So first I calculate fx. I calculate that to be either the torque load or the torque friction. Got that. T, and this T low, right? And the rate is this value. One minus the power of 2 times the velocity ratio minus 1. Absolute value to the power of torque curve. Okay. So there's that. No, because this is actually going to be 1 over 1 minus that value. So there's that. And then I take that, multiply by this minus that. I can also do a max between this and 0 and then add torque low at the end. Yep. Okay. And then if s is approximately equal to 1, then t rate should just be 1, right? That's it. And if the display is that 1 is linear and 0 is flat, then I can just drop this 1 minus at the start. I guess I should this at 1 and do minus equals that value. This torque curve is less than this small thing. This value just below 1. It'll be T low plus the max of this times resource high minus low. Okay. Alright. Probably stupid amounts of math, but this will have no suffix. I don't know why I was trying to get that suffix in there. It doesn't need it. Okay. Yeah. If I allow it to go over 1, does that happen? No, it like totally inverts. Okay. Um, if it was just this to the power of that? It's a little bit strange. Yeah, I'm not really sure how this gets that curve, but I guess it would be nice to be able to make it do that. I guess that is actually just 1 over the value, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So yeah, it should just be this. To the power of 1 over the curve. Because this is silly, but I mean, I guess you can make it happen. But I guess this is supposed to be 05. Forgot what I put these at. I guess I should have checked before I did this. Friction low. Well, I think these ones actually want to crank these up quite a bit. The femur one. And then maybe I don't need that much. 40, 30. I had 100, which means it would take 10 frames to step through that. I guess left them all at 100. Wait, did I? Huh. Tibia. And 16. Okay. I could make this a function. Maybe I should make this a function. This is the velocity ratio that I provide. Oh. And I still have to get velocity delta to be limited. So I calculate this minus the actual. Calculate the new value. I mean, I think there's a certain way that I can do this where I don't have to zero this value out. And instead I would just keep setting it as this value plus this value. How to keep it simple. Because then I can just drop this. Or not, I don't know. Because more like this delta can be whatever I want in between. It just can't exceed these certain values. Then I just say, all right, well, desired motor velocity is going to be I mean, I think it works the same way. May not need a rotation error at all. I'm not sure. Because I feel like I would want it. But it's also like, I think I maybe don't need it. Because instead it may be that I don't know. Maybe that I don't need it. Maybe. Okay. I'm going to keep it this way. Because technically what this is that Okay. I'm gonna leave these being zeroed out. Um, used to be torque powered, torque unpowered. Part desired motor torque. It's unpowered. You can prefer this name. Because I didn't have a method for setting the torque, but I think I took that off for this exact thing. Because I just have a completely different calculation now. Yeah, update doesn't do anything with torque. We'll call it update motor. Yeah, this will just clear velocities and torque. Okay. Okay. Let's see how this looks. It's actually like really close. It is actually really close. I guess I'll print this out and see what's going on. I am looking for the femur torque. So it's hitting I was gonna say it's already hitting max torque, but it's not. Okay, so what are you doing? Okay, so with that velocity ramping up, ramping up, ramping up. It's so it seems like what's the target velocity? Oh, that is the desired motor velocity. Okay, so it seems like it can't change that velocity nearly fast enough. um, so it's currently at 0.32. Can I move this to 7? Wait, this is in degrees. Hang on. Oh, no, I'm not printing in degrees. I would like to print this in degrees. Okay. So it does seem like it is just taking it too long. Also, I've actually definitely got this velocity wrong, because this should only be at that value when it is 0. So this is actually definitely wrong right now. What did I do wrong? I just realized this should always be a value greater than that value. X minus 1. Absolute value of that. And then power 1 over the torque curve. And then 1 minus that value. And then I do torque rate times high minus the low, max with 0. No, what is going on? This is really incorrect. So I'll just go until it gets to also, is that really the velocity? Okay, now it's bugged. All right, good. Wait, I'm displaying the desired motor velocity. I should... Let me get rid of error. I think I may not actually use that one. Oh gosh. Okay, I got scared. I thought I was about to explode. Okay. Alright, so definitely incorrect. Definitely not calculating correctly. Run x0. Velocity ratio is negative. Yeah, it shouldn't matter that it's negative. Oh. What? But I take the absolute value of this. Oh. What? The velocity ratio being slightly negative shouldn't matter. It does matter. Right, it does matter. Never mind. It matters. I was thinking, I mean, I don't know. I was thinking it kind of didn't because but it does. It does matter. So velocity ratio needs to be the absolute value of this. Yeah, so that just can't drop fast enough. In fact, it's even lagging behind the actual velocity, which is funny. So I don't know why that shouldn't be how that works. I mean, yeah, I guess it's just that I can't change it fast enough. Well, hang on. Isn't the delta supposed to be... Maybe I don't understand. Maybe I did mess this up. Because I don't know how I can be reading a higher desired velocity than the actual velocity. It should. It should be lower at some point. Like, it should be lower this whole time. The only reason it's actually slowing down is because of like friction. So I must have a mistake with how I'm changing this. So let's see that. So it's max velocity delta. The velocity delta should be, yep, we want to decrease by a large amount. Yeah, desired is negative 0.25 and then actual is 0.2. So yeah, we want to be going the opposite direction right now. Which is weird because I'm actually reading in the velocity is, the desired velocity is higher than the actual. So new delta is just the same value. So I just recalculate as being the same value. And then I set that. So same thing. Maybe it's just that this is supposed to... Well, because... Well, what? Well, how is this going wrong? How do I end up with a desired motor velocity that's greater than my actual velocity? (203) 2:1. Am I printing them in the wrong order? Of course I am. Of course I'm printing them in the wrong order. How could I not be? Okay. Yeah, it is like really slow to change. All right. I don't know why I stopped it. I could have just left it running and looked at it. Right, okay. So velocity change rate 45 degrees per second squared, which I never got that squared symbol. I'm gonna go ahead and fix that while I've noticed it. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say that it might update right away, and it did. It updated instantly. Okay. So... I guess if I think about this, it's kind of like how many frames do I want it to take to go from 0 to the max? So I might say that should take a quarter of a second. So if I said I want to take a second, then it would just be the same value. If I want to be a quarter of a second, that means it would be this value times 4. So that's a lot higher than what I have. So 1,000. I'll just see 1,000. And this might update, it might not. Okay, yeah, the target velocity just dropped dramatically. Okay. And then I guess I see if this stabilizes or not. I feel like the value is not really stabilizing. It seems like it was about that high before. Yeah, now it's actually too fast. Okay. So what does that mean? Does this mean this is too high? It changed too quickly? I think it might just be that it doesn't work at all. It may not. Maybe. Okay, no, it doesn't look like it stabilizes. It gets really bad still. Maybe not. Maybe that was just no. It's weird. Because it's kind of like it should just be at... I mean, it might just still be too high. I don't know. Maybe this is still just way too high. It hit again. Ah. There might be an issue with the strike happening, actually. I think I actually should just track it as the target velocity instead. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it is correct that when it hits it, that will happen. So I don't know. I even had it at a low. At a low velocity, and that still happened. Okay, they didn't even make it that time, which is weird. Okay, and then yeah, and now it's unstable again. Maybe it's just more like the braking thing. My acceleration rate is limited, but my braking is really, really fast. I wonder if it's also the case now that did I think I need to do both of these? Where my desired motor velocity is like half the angle. This could be interesting. So I saw like 4.5 or something there was the maximum desired. Okay, it went up to 5. So that's not good. Okay, and it's actually still unstable, which is nuts. I think it was like the power function, wasn't it? I was using a power function. I think there's a certain way that I set the velocity based on the angle that should just solve for this. I may be able to use the half, and then maybe I just would now increase this change rate. So I didn't hit 8 there. And I've gone quite far over 8. Okay. I might use this. Enough of this spider? What do you mean? I can make it. Okay, weird. That time I like just... Yeah, it actually stayed pretty low there. So not... Was it not the change rate? I don't know. Is it like... I can't tell. It's really weird. Okay. I don't think it's... Yeah, I think it is getting worse. when I did it to something that's a little bit less than... I was able to use a square root. What if I did the sine of the angle? Like if I have x and then I have sine of x. New graph. Bring this one back. New graph. But specifically, I want 2x. I want 2... I want... this. Well, no. X over 2. Right. Or actually just... No, yeah, 2x. Is a cosine just going to be easier? Cosine's just going to be easier. Add 1. Divide by 2. So there's this. Two x minus pi plus 1 divided by 2. It seems... Sure, I'll just go for it. I'll just try it. And there needs to be that over the delta. I think that's the same as doing over 2 delta. Like A over BC. Yeah. Minus pi. 1 plus all of that. Okay. See how that goes. And it doesn't want to go at all. What now? Dude. What? And it's not even any different. Really? Really? The square root of that? What? Oh. No, because the angle... Oh. I'm thinking of like the angle difference like total, but that's not how this works. Um All right, let me try this. Let me try making it so that I'm going to allow this to lead a lot further. I think that okay. I think just a linear might be enough, actually. I think the linear is going to be enough. Okay. So linear is going to be enough. I have to make it so that the target itself leads a lot further than it does. The target needs to lead further. So I think right now I just have it such that it's using the max speed. So I'm just going to increase the max speed to emulate that. Yeah. So then I want... I think I can just change it here, and maybe I'll see it. So I'll just make it a large number like 12, and then I'll step. Okay, cool. The target now leads a lot. A lot more than it did. And I was thinking this may... It may also still not be enough leading. Also, how's the angle leading that much? That actually feels like a substantial lead. Oh, this is... Okay, no, I'm covering it 3 degrees. I thought I was still reading radians. No, I'm looking at degrees now. So yeah, for like those short periods where it's just sitting there and it's not, or where like the target stays in the same place and that the thing moves past it, that's a place where it can, although it's still accelerating dramatically. Yeah, now it's gonna hit. Okay. But I've been thinking I need to let this lead a lot more. So I'll keep increasing it. This is effectively like in centimeters. Yeah, okay. I don't know, maybe now I can use the half angle. I don't think so. I think it is just at the IK. I mean, all right, let me run this. I'm going to let this lead by quite a lot. What? Angular delta limit this many degrees per second. Okay, so I'm actually... Oh, okay. I think setting this to 0 turns it... Okay, no, it doesn't. Okay, let me just... Large number. Just go as far as you can. And then... maybe an extra couple of iterations to help this. I've actually swung it so much every other leg is trying to move too. Eh. Yeah. What am I missing? Am I missing something here? If I consider this to be, I want to reach my angle in now, essentially. What if I did just say 1 second? Dividing by delta means I want to reach it now. Multiplying it by delta means I want to reach it in a second. I mean, I could say... Okay, come on. I could say that. And this might be way more stable. What? How does that make any sense? Because if the angle is 2.6, to get there in... Oh, did I mean to do like divide by 4 times delta? Yeah, that's actually what I meant to say. I think I didn't mean to say that. What? No. if my angle is 3... What? My angle is 3 degrees. Dude. My angle is 3 degrees. I want to get there in a quarter of a second, which means I would effectively multiply that by 4. So then I say I want my velocity to be 12. To be 12 degrees per second. So wait, does that just mean I don't need delta here? I think it just means I don't use delta, actually. I think that's... Okay. So I should say my desired motor velocity is the... Oh. That is it. Okay. All right. It is just supposed to be the angle. But then there's sort of a minimum value. So it's more like this with a minimum rate of... Okay, so let me type it out. I guess the maximum. Between either the angle and this thing is, it's more like when the angle is small. I want to... Is it that when the angle is small, I want to move at... Is this a thing? What am I thinking of? I don't know what I'm thinking of. I think I figured the square root actually did work. I think I was trying like... Or no, not the square. Not the square root, the square. Because I think I was doing like 5/3. Right? I was like trying that. That doesn't seem like a physical idea. What if I did just move the square root of the angle? Because now I don't have that delta thing. Let me do sine. Sine of that times that, okay. Okay. Did it hit? What? No, it's passing it. Mm. Jeez. It was like, no, you definitely you definitely don't want that there. Like, I don't know. Somehow I need to make this stable. Somehow this has to be stabilized. It should generally be that if I have reasonable values, this should be able to stabilize without me having to, like, tweak things. And I mean, it very well could be that the I don't know, the torque just isn't high enough. Like, I've thought that I don't need. I mean, I think I do need a velocity this high, but wait, did I not just... It's not. What? I was torqued so high just now, that was kind of crazy. Is that what I needed? Maybe just didn't have the torque. Okay, no, and then it's going crazy. It was like a nearly stable position, and then it just went wild. Also, isn't this supposed to be the square root of the angle? Why is it... Huh? What? Right. Am I supposed to divide, giving it the angle direct? Yeah, okay. No, why is it so high? Why is the velocity 8? Why are we trying to be 8? Because the IK angle... If the angle is 1 degree, that means the actual value is very, very small. What is... No, yeah, this is wrong. What is this? This can't be correct. IK angle is like 0.03. So tell me desired motor velocity is like 4 off of that? Is the square root really making it that bad? No, that's still... Wait. Okay. The mix between radians and degrees is just messing with me. Okay, maybe I should just say this. Motor velocity should be maximum when is there no way that I can mix from X? Because I think I would like the velocity to be as high as possible. But then there's also the effect of like there needs to be a limit, right? Because those I have like this, which this is like an insanely large value very quickly. Right. At like 90 degrees, I'm rotating at 130 radians per second. And this is still too high. And I think it's still too high because of what's at the bottom. Maybe a square root was dumb. Try. Because of these values, it's too high. Maybe I should just take X to like some small power. Because of what happens at the low angles. But I don't know, I think it's like there's something around here where I'm linear, and then it drops a little bit and then comes in, but only when it's really close. And it's a small amount. I don't know a graph that looks like that. How do I make a graph that has an asymptote at y equals x? I don't think it's a, I don't, is asymptote the what I'm looking for? X plus, wait, what they say, x plus 1 over x? Is that even? That just doesn't make, I guess so. Here one. So if we did x minus that. It's also not quite the shape that I'm looking for. I don't know. Because it's like linear is not enough, so it needs to be higher at low values. The square root is too much. But then this means maximum velocity can't be reached, so I think I still have an issue. I mean, it can. It just has to be more than one. Yeah, I mean, actually it can. So anything where I'm operating just as like effectively a multiplier or an exponent or a power of x doesn't work. Because I want it to be that I will continue to accelerate up to maximum velocity until something happens. till I get close, and then I start saying, okay, let's slow down, right? So I could use that rate of change. I could use a function that just says, I want the smaller value between how long it's going to take me to stop versus my maximum velocity. So let's say, I don't really know what this is, 4.7. I'll just leave it written like that. So my velocity depends on my current velocity and my rate of change. So let's say I can change 90 degrees per second. Or pretend like that's what I can change. I can also technically do math to just assume the angle change is actually going to be the torque. So I have my actual velocity. Let's say my torque is what does that mean? Like if my torque is 50, what do they do? They do something here. Delta times torque limit. So I can actually think of that as radians per second then. I mean, okay, it's more like mass. Mostly. But trying to remind myself what effective mass is again. Isn't it radians? Okay, I'll just assume that it's going to be the making the assumption that I'm always going to want to stop and to see, yeah. Wait, stop in how long? What does that mean? Because then I'm just using, what? My velocity target is going to be, I think I can probably just write it as, I'll try it like that. What is the x? The x is how fast I'm currently moving. So I want the smaller value between radians per second. I'll just start with this. Velocity max and how long does it take me to stop? Would it just be x over that? And then x would be my current velocity. I think it's wrong. Right? Is that wrong? It seems wrong. Because if my velocity delta is higher than my maximum, my velocity is limited too much. It should be like the other way around. So is it Vd over x? Okay, so if I'm traveling at 2 and I can stop and it takes me a half second to stop that amount, what does that mean? If I'm traveling at 2 and I can drop by 2, then am I thinking of like okay, if I can change my velocity by 2 per second, my current velocity is 2, then I'm whatever. If my current velocity is 2 and I can drop a 1, then I should be going at half. So is it vd over x? Yeah, it's just, I don't know what. What? I think asking the question of what I'm traveling at is wrong. I think the question is, I need to. No, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Jeez, I've just lost the question itself. I want to target my maximum velocity. Unless my rate of change would prohibit me from stopping my current velocity. Dude, what? What am I trying to say? I have this idea and it's not working. Because I can't think of it correctly. Because I'm asking like the wrong question in a way. I have to ask the question the right way. I should not be saying unless my velocity is too high or whatever. Or saying my target velocity is based on my current velocity. I mean, not like that at least. If my current, okay, let me think about it this way. If my current velocity is 90 degrees per second, and I can change 90 degrees per second, then I think I'm not okay with that. That's the thing. That's the wrong way to ask that question, because then I say then what? Then what? There is no then what. It's supposed to be my velocity is limited by what? My velocity is limited by my rate of change and my current velocity. If, not if, no if, no if. No ifs. Jeez, I'm just totally stupid. That's what it is. I'm just completely stupid. Let's go back to this. Let's go back to this. All right. Why is it going back that way? What is happening? Is it actually just that small of a... Okay. Roughly that. Okay. And I think going less or higher than that just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. But it may be the case that somewhere around here, there's some other slope that shoots off of this, right? So this. Let's say the smaller amount between that and this. Right? Okay. So somehow what I need to do is I need to like subtract some value from this. So what would I subtract? I could just say -1. So the higher rate of change, the more there I can go. Maybe I'll just try that. So this would end up being this is not going to be a max between X. What? Oh. -1 there. So I could do this. This feels kind of right, where if my rate of change isn't high enough, then I can't. But I mean, maybe this is wrong. Because it's more like it would be 0. Like, I don't know. There's just doesn't feel any, it doesn't seem like there's anything there. Maybe it's supposed to be x minus VD. Okay, or not. Um, I don't know. I'm definitely losing it a little bit. I'm not just multiplying it by the rate of change. Okay. That's the main function. And what does VD mean? Maybe it's just like sliding the function in somehow from that top side. So I could say I'll start with X, and I want to translate it over by where this point is. So VM, and then I want to add VM. So now we're up there. And I want to change the slope by VD. But I think I'm going to say 1 plus VD. And then as I increase VD, this pulls back. But then that's the problem, is that it crosses. So this can't cross somehow. What if I did x plus sine of x? No, I think I mean to say cosine x minus pi. Plus 1 over 2. And then um I was going to say, isn't there a derivative? But I think the derivative of cosine is actually sine. So I do mean to say sine. I guess maybe my thing is I want this to be no addition at pi. Is probably what I'm thinking of. So does that seem right? It does increase it at lower angles, but then trends back to 0. There, right. I guess the weird thing is that this just kind of sits there, and I feel like this should probably be more like up, and then like this becomes that point. Like, could I stretch this out to be to reach 0 here instead? So what would that mean? It means I want to change it from pi to this V max. So that would be like I just multiply it by Vm over pi, right? That still has to be 2. 2 pi. I think it's not quite right. Okay, hide this stuff. I want to reach 1. I want to reach pi at 1. So I'd be simply saying pi x. Right, now I reach pi at 1. Now I want to reach 2 pi at this value. So does that just mean 2 pi over Vm? And then if I say okay. So it's supposed to be the other way around, where I'm multiplying by 2 pi and then I divide by Vm. Okay, so not quite right. Am I just doing it in the wrong place? Do I mean to be doing it here? It's just a dog walking by himself. What do I want? What is cosine of x minus pi? There. Let me just focus on this one. And get this to reach. Get this to pull back. So I think I'm meant to be multiplying this entire term. Okay, there it is. There it is. So I want to add, I'm just going to start with this because this is annoying. There. Right. And then I'll do this entire term as a min. Right. Okay. Okay, have I got it? I was going to say, I could actually do a min between that whole thing. Now, this is not used anywhere. That is kind of an issue. Yeah, how do I stop that from happening, actually? Because I mean for this to always be... Oh, man. That was wrong. It works for high values, but then it breaks down because it actually decreases. So at greater angles is actually using a lower speed, which is definitely not correct. And then there's this crazy thing that happens. Dang. So this, okay, again, this is fine, except it's not really what I want. I want to I mean, I guess essentially I want to accelerate up until the point that, or I want my target velocity to be the smaller value between my maximum velocity and the velocity that it would take me to stop. Which would just be another fancy way of saying the velocity change. So that doesn't work. The detail that I'm missing there is I don't know when I'm going to stop. I don't actually know when I'm going to stop. All I can really see is that suddenly my velocity changes to decrease. And that's it. What if it was just my delta times the angle? What if I just did that? And maybe it's more like add. I'll just see what this is. I just want to see what this looks like. Yeah, okay, so that's bad then. Am I printing this right? Radians to degrees, radians to degrees. How does that work out? .78. 0.04. That is a really high value, isn't it? I was gonna say it'd be this plus What am I thinking of? Does this really make sense to me? I feel like I'm just missing something here. It just seems kind of insane how my angle is like 2 degrees and my velocity is 80. Like, why? Why would the velocity be that high? Yes, this is the velocity that it wants to be at. It wants to be at 60 degrees per second with an angle difference of 3. Does this make sense? 3 degrees equals 60 degrees per second. Like, what's the secret? What's the math that I'm missing here? I'm just missing some kind of math. So the IK angle is 0.059. .5975. Okay, there's the angle. And then I just calculated desired velocity to be 1.04. No. Motor parameters velocity change rate. .78. No, okay, 1,000. What's 1,000? Okay. .04. All right. So I guess that's correct. What would... That'll be 5. Okay. Okay, so this is still definitely less. A lot less. Right? It's not like multiplying by 100. But it's still a high multiplier. I just don't get it. Why? What? Okay, hang on, I need to fix something right now first. I think I just need to actually increase this. Okay. So that's increased. What? Oh. So confused. I'm actually really confused. What if I did x plus x squared? And then that would be limited. It's, I don't know, it's weird. It's multiplying it by anything, it's too fast. So I don't know, like, where's the limit? Like, at what point is it too much? Why is that happening? Okay, no, what? Wait, what happened here just now? Because I'm actually kind of confused. Okay. Is it because I was standing in the middle? I had a strange. Okay, so it's claiming it has a velocity of 2 degrees per second. No, what is happening? Why is it? That's not true. It cannot be moving that far. What is happening? Is this joint like somehow making it rotate like this? I don't get it. Why is that rotating? I pull away and it like slams back pretty hard. Okay, no. What? Something weird has happened. Something weird has happened. Where it is like a spring. Yeah, what is this? What is happening? Okay, let me say this. You're going to go at whatever smaller between 1 degree per second or you're reaching it now. Because now I think something is happening. What? Why did everything just start tipping over? Yeah, what is this? What is this when I pull back and it does that? Why? Turn off the mirrors. What is that? What is that? What is happening? I gotta stop. But seriously, what's happening? Why does that happen? I don't think I have anything that should be doing that. I don't know. This is very strange to me. Like, why is it rebounding like this? Is it because of the way that I was walking backwards? No, what was that? What was that just now? Why are you... Am I actually just pulling it beyond the limit? Is that what's happening? I'm actually just pulling it beyond the limit. No, what is this? Why is this happening? And also, I don't get how it thinks it's running. I don't know, man. I'm going nuts. I don't understand why it thinks that this has a velocity. Right? There's no velocity here. What's moving? How are you moving at 1 degree per second? You're obviously not moving. Nothing is happening. So what, do I just have to sit here until it like realizes that it's at 1 degree per second? Or is it because the whole thing is falling? Because for some reason, Jolt won't just let you have a dynamic body with no... whatever. Okay. That's gonna be it for today. I feel like I was getting somewhere and it's just so strange. I think it might be because it's not really able to damp. If the IK, if the target did lead by a lot more, I mean, this is what I think, because I don't know. Like, I think this is correct. I still think this is correct. But maybe it's dividing it by too much. Like, this is still too much. But I think this is kind of what I want. Okay. So then this happens. And I see the IK target, but I don't see the IK making it there. So this could still be it. That's really as far as it could go. Okay. $270 degrees per second. $1080. And then I will give it much more iterations. And then This should mean that torque is dropping to... Oh no, max speed is 270. Never mind. So yeah, why is it still accelerating that way? Okay, so 100% the target should be positive right now. What? Why is it not? This can't change enough? I think it's still just like rebounding and trying to slow down. That's probably what's going on. Okay. So then... All right. Why? Why? Why are you increasing? Why are you increasing? I'm very confused. Let me start over. Yeah, it's just like at some point it decides that it's going to just go insane. And when is that? Oh, okay. Here it's happening. I think it's happening. No, velocity is still staying below actual. I don't quite understand. I'm seeing actual like change dramatically and velocity still just says 0. So when are things gonna... Okay, let's try this. I missed. Whoa. Alright, hang on. Is it because I'm working with the actual velocity that's causing an issue? Because that should not have happened, right? Because what this means is the motor's going to attempt... And in fact, it's still wrong because this torque should have dropped to like friction torque, which should be low. Yeah, 8. This should have dropped to 8 with this value. So why did that happen? It's like I've passed in a value greater than 1. Just what this? Let's say 2. What number do you put out here? Low is not friction, right? T rate should just be 0. T rate is an insanely small, large negative value. Why? What? I mean that's fine. I max it with 0. So I'm left with desired torque of 8. What are you talking about? You're lying to me. I just saw 300 and 200 and it was like staying over 30. In fact, I think it was just sitting at 30. Okay, cool, I hit it. Okay, there we go. Didn't reach the max. It's way over. All right. Maybe I just don't have a torque change rate. Because the torque is calculated by the velocity. So maybe I just don't have that. I think, yeah, actually, I think that means this just goes away, and that just is the torque that I'm at. Though I'd still like it to be able to change smoothly. Because it's absolutely the case that for this moment, the torque should be really low. I need to think about it. I probably just need to like do some research on like robotics and figure out what I should be doing here. Because I don't get why. And it can't be friction. It can't be friction. It definitely is the case that something in this sim is just wrong. It can't be due to friction. It can't be things like that. I think there's just something fundamental with the way that a motor works that I don't get. Because I'm pretty sure if like I set a motor down and I start pulling on it, it's not going to start whipping up and accelerating, right? It's going to be resisting me the whole way through, right? And even maybe like the more I'm pulling on it, the more it's resisting me too. So maybe I just need much higher torque values than I think I need. Or I'm completely wrong about how I'm modeling it. I think I'm definitely wrong about how I'm modeling velocity and how I'm using that. Because if this thing gets like whiplash, I see my issue now where I'm suddenly saying, oh, okay, we're going to target a super high velocity now. So it's going to like try to maintain that velocity, right? That's just not how it should work. So maybe just is the case that I have the actual velocity, but then I always have a target velocity. And my target velocity changes, or I always have a target velocity set, and that's the value that I can increase and decrease. And I don't even pay attention to what the actual... I don't pay attention to this one. Sorry, you know what? Let me bring it back. And then I just base the torque on that. But then I don't have a change in that. Yeah, I think I just bypass that. So I just directly apply whatever it is. So did I not fix that? Oh. I did not fix that. What are the velocity jump? Well, I mean, I guess because we're at a distance, right? Oh, man. Velocity change rate's not quite high enough. I gotta actually wrap it up. Seriously. How's that not enough? I think that should be more than enough, actually. Okay. I was gonna say it's not that bad, but now it's actually ramping up suddenly for some reason. Well, I guess it was reversing actually. No, that doesn't make any sense. Like, what has happened there? Why did it just ramp up so high? It actually just flung itself. Why did it do that? It definitely just flung itself. What is going on? Maybe it is maybe it is like the wrong way around. There's a limit to how much I can increase it. But there's no limit to how much I can decrease it. So I still track it by a delta. Let me try that. And then maybe I go back to this. Towards 0. If the sign of velocity delta is equal to the sign of the current velocity, this means I am leaving 0. When they're not the same, there's no limit. Well, the limit is actually to reach 0. So then I have to say new velocity delta is actually equal to the sine of this times the smaller value, the absolute value of new velocity delta and absolute value of that. Yeah, because I treat this as a delta. Does this work? Did I do this correctly? Because I mean, it's going crazy. I don't think I even shot at it. Did I? I don't know. Okay, so velocity should be increasing right now. And it's not. Okay, I need to stop. Like, I just gotta stop. I'll be back tomorrow. I might just spend time doing this on my own so I can get through a little bit quicker. Because I think this is just kind of a dumb thing to be streaming this part. Me just trying to get... And I should also look it up. I should really look it up. And maybe I shouldn't even care about what the velocity is. The velocity should just be the angle. Maybe that's what it is. No limits on rate of change, or I just have it on here. Like, I feel like I've tried that and it's not, doesn't work that way. Because this is what I tried first. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe if I limit it, yeah. Because see, this is just insane, instantly. Instantly insane. And I mean, maybe it's just bad for the case that just my velocity is too high. My maximum velocity is just way too high. I guess it's also this, right? Because I see what it's doing right now. The IK is saying, oh yeah, we can do this. But it really can't do that. It kind of can't do that. That's not correct, right? So it actually kind of is the case that what I'm doing right now with the IK is actually whipping it dramatically. And I don't know. I don't know what it is. It was at 40. Can it recover from 40? I mean, it kind of did, like, instantly, honestly. It kind of recovered instantly. Maybe it was that. I think it's still, yeah, it's still, like, slinging itself. I wonder if now the leading is too much. Because I guess it depends on how I determine the velocity. If that's the velocity, that means the leading is too much now. I've actually just seriously got to stop, though. I just have, I don't know, all these ideas, and I just keep going back to them, and I can't figure out what I really want to try. No, I think it's too much. Or now I think the leading is not enough, and that's causing a problem now. Like, this leg is just going crazy. It's... ah. Alright, there might just be a better way of doing the IK. Because I do want it to be tolerant of strange inputs. But then it's also like, I don't want it to say, or like it's twisted like this. Okay, well, if I just rotate very hard that way, then I can get it to the right spot. Not realizing the fact that doing that is actually going to cause this to deviate more, and it's going to whip back with even more velocity, right? So maybe it's like, I don't know how to calculate this, but maybe the whole... I mean, it could just mean that I just don't have enough position constraint control. But I don't want to mess with this. I shouldn't be messing with this. Oh, I actually have a ton of velocity and position steps right now, so it's actually running better than it normally would. I forgot that I turned that on. I'm done. Thanks for watching. I gotta like really think about this and probably just, I don't know. I don't want to work on things when I'm not streaming because I just feel like that defeats the purpose of what I'm trying to do here. But I wonder if I should just work on it for a bit without streaming. Because it is kind of a case where there's just some things I feel like I can't do while I have the stream running. I can't just kind of like really... I can't just do research whenever I want. I can't just like sit there and think for like 10 minutes straight if I really want to, but I think sometimes I just need to do that. So I might just spend some time working on it without a stream tomorrow. All right, well, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. I'm definitely going to be working on it. I just don't know if I will stream it. So yeah, thanks for watching. Goodbye.